The Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Black, will open the Senate with prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, who restores the soul and gives life in the midst of decay, empower our senators to do your will. Be to them a faithful guide on the challenging road they travel. Lord, teach them to find contentment in striving to please you, and provide them with your powerful companionship. As tomorrow's difficulties loom large, remind them that you can move mountains and create opportunities. Blaze the trail ahead for our lawmakers with your might and wisdom, for you are our shelter and hope. Keep them from flinching before the unknown ways that spread before them, and give them your peace. We pray in your holy name. Amen.
Now, will you please join me in the recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the motion to proceed to S6, which the clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 4, S6, a bill to amend Title 18, United States Code, to prohibit a health care practitioner from failing to exercise the proper degree of care in the case of a child who survives an abortion or attempted abortion.
Senator from Iowa.
I ask to speak in morning business.
Without objection.
In early February 1972, when abortion was not the issue it is today, and probably after California had changed its abortion laws under then Governor Reagan, the Iowa legislature considered repealing Iowa's law about abortion. I cast my first vote in that assembly that year, and our abortion law stayed in place on a vote of 44 to 44. And then 1 year later, everything changed. Today marks the 52nd anniversary of Roe v. Wade. I invite my colleagues to a moment of silent and somber reflection to honor the millions of lives quietly lost to abortion since 1973. I also invite my colleagues to share my heartfelt hope in this new era we're in following the 2022 Dobbs versus Jackson Supreme Court decision. Since then, we have witnessed the American people in their respective states re-empowered to protect lives in the womb. These young lives are precious, vulnerable, and equal in worth to each of our own who are here today and millions throughout this country. I recall with joy the moments that I learned that I was a father, a grandfather, and now a great-grandfather. I'm amazed at how technology has changed over time to reveal the humanity of the unborn ever more clearly. Through ultrasound imaging, I saw my grandchildren and great-grandchildren in early stages of their development. These ultrasound photos show how similar these little ones are to you and to me. Their hands and feet were tiny, yet indistinguishable from mine. We're all part of the same human family. I look forward to working with my colleagues in the 119th Congress to continue to support mothers and babies and families through common legislation. Is Senator Lott coming? Or Senator? I'd like to proudly say that 10 days ago, I had the opportunity to see a great-granddaughter, Reagan Grassley, open the Iowa legislative session. Her father, Pat Grassley, is Speaker of the Iowa House. I've had a chance in his 6 years of being Speaker to see Reagan Grassley, now only a freshman at Dike New Hartford High School, give the opening prayer at each one of those opening sessions. And I'd like to repeat for my colleagues her prayer. Heavenly Father, we gather today with hearts full of gratitude and hope as we celebrate the commencement of the 91st General Assembly of the Iowa Legislature. We thank you for the trust placed in these new and returning lawmakers by the people of Iowa. Lord, we ask for your wisdom to be upon each legislator. Grant them clear thinking in their decisions, clarity in their thought, and integrity in their actions. May they be guided by principles of justice, compassion, and truth as they navigate the difficulties of lawmaking. Bless them with the courage to uphold what is right, even when it is not easy. Gift them with patience and perseverance to address the pressing issues of our time. We also pray for their families, that they find support and strength in each other as they share in the sacrifices and challenges that come with public service. Lord, let this assembly be an inspiration to good governments where every decision made reflects a commitment to the welfare of all Iowans now and for generations to come. In your name we pray, amen. So you can see why I'm proud of that granddaughter doing that from 6th grade now to a freshman in high school. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, later today, the Senate will proceed to a vote on whether to move to the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. It's a simple bill, Mr. President. It simply states that a baby born alive after an attempted abortion must be given the same protection and medical care that any other newborn baby would be given. That's it. A baby born alive after an attempted abortion must be given the same protection and medical care that any other newborn baby would be given. Mr. President, this shouldn't be a controversial bill. We should all be able to agree that a baby born alive after an attempted abortion must be protected. And yet I fully expect that later today my Democrat colleagues will vote no on this legislation. They will vote against protection for a living, breathing, newborn baby simply because that child has been born alive after an attempted abortion. Now, why are they going to vote like that, Mr. President? After all, I think most Democrats would still claim to oppose infanticide, even if the moral line at times appears to be slipping. And yet Democrats are going to vote against legislation to provide appropriate medical care to living, breathing, newborn children. I'm sure they'll offer some vague justifications for their opposition, like keeping the decision between a woman and her doctor, even when the decision we're talking about is denying a child appropriate medical care. But, Mr. President, I think it's safe to say that what it all boils down to is this. Democrats will oppose legislation to provide appropriate medical care to newborn children who survive abortions because they are afraid. They're afraid if they recognize the humanity of a living, breathing, born baby in an abortion clinic, they might end up pointing to the humanity of the unborn baby in the abortion clinic. That's what this boils down to. Democrats are afraid that by recognizing the humanity of the newly born child, they will inadvertently point to the humanity of the unborn child. And I do understand where they're coming from. After all, once you recognize the humanity of the newly born baby, it gets a little harder to say that that child wasn't human just a few minutes ago simply because he or she wasn't yet born. And so because there's nothing more important to Democrats than abortion, they will vote against legislation to provide appropriate medical care to babies born alive in an abortion clinic, just in case such a law ends up jeopardizing their cherished, quote, right to an abortion. And I think this should make Democrats, frankly, Mr. President, should make all of us think. When the supposed right to kill unborn babies starts motivating you to vote against protections for born babies, perhaps you should start questioning the whole abortion project. Because if there's one thing the controversy over this bill demonstrates, it is this. Once you start denying the humanity of some groups of human beings, once you start saying that some human beings' lives aren't worth as much as other human beings' lives, you jeopardize respect for all human lives. And so we now find ourselves at a point where nearly 50% of the United States Senate is unable to clearly state the humanity and value of the born child. Where nearly 50% of the United States Senate is going to vote against protection not just for unborn children, but for born babies as well. I got to say, Mr. President, this is a disturbing place that we've gotten to. And I sincerely hope, it will lead us to reflect on what a lack of respect for unborn children's lives has cost us. Mr. President, we are better than this. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they're endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. President, I pray for a day when we fully live up to that promise and when the right to life of every human being, born and unborn, is respected. Mr. President, I yield the floor and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
Democratic Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Well, Mr. President, Donald Trump made a lot of promises on what he would get done on day one. Well, today is day 3 of Donald Trump's presidency. Nothing Donald Trump has done will help lower grocery prices. Nothing Donald Trump has done will lower prescription drug costs. Instead, President Trump's biggest accomplishment to date has been to issue unconditional pardons to 1,500 lawless rioters who attacked police officers and invaded the Capitol. Why on earth is the president already spending so much time focused on the past, focused on his grievances, instead of focused on costs and jobs and improving health care for the American people? The American people have to wonder, how on earth will pardoning January 6 rioters help me pay for food at the grocery store, help me get a lower cost for buying a home, or help me save more money for my retirement? How on earth will Americans feel safer if the president rewards lawbreakers who assault police officers by setting these criminals free? So much for focusing on lowering prices. Pardoning lawless rioters is not what the American people signed up for when they voted for Donald Trump. They wanted the president to get to work quickly on issues that impact them: costs, safety, health care. The first 3 days of Donald Trump's golden age has been golden for everyone but working Americans. It's a golden age for big corporations. It's a golden age for pharmaceutical companies. It's a golden age for polluters. It's a golden age for lawlessness. It is not a golden age for hardworking Americans who want their costs reduced. On nominations. Yesterday, I met with President Trump's nominee to serve as director of OMB, Russell Vought. I walked into my meeting with Mr. Vought, of course, skeptical. Then I walked out of the meeting even more deeply troubled. Of all the extremists President Trump could have picked for OMB, he picked the godfather of the ultra-right. Mr. Vought's goal is clear and simple. He wants to dismantle the social safety net and starve America with the most radical budget cuts in living memory. In the past, he's called for gutting Social Security, gutting Medicare, Medicaid. He wants to eliminate the Department of Education. He's proposed cuts to disability payments for retired veterans. He wants to cut SNAP benefits, raise drug prices, all in the name of an ultra-right extremist ideology that prioritizes the needs for the wealthy few. They want to cut the daylights out of everything else so they can give tax cuts to the very wealthiest in our society who are doing quite well. When I asked him which parts of Project 2025 he disagreed with, he was unable to give me a single answer. I'm also deeply worried that Mr. Vought will disobey the law when it comes to following through on congressional spending. President Trump has already begun issuing executive orders that jeopardize billions upon billions in bipartisan infrastructures across the country. They say this is temporary, but we all know how Washington works. Temporary trial balloons turn into permanent anchors. Congress has already approved these investments. President Biden has signed them into law. These projects help red states and blue states and support families, help parents raise kids, lead to stronger communities. If Donald Trump does in fact freeze these funds now so he can resume them and take credit down the line, people's jobs and livelihoods would be at risk. And Mr. Vought, I fear, would only enable this unlawful behavior. In fact, Vought is one of the leading proponents of impoundment of funds, which should be frightening not only to those who represent blue states, but also those who represent red states where so many of the investments are going. Mr. Vought is testifying right now before the Senate Committee on Budget. It's important that we build a record about the deeply harmful plans he has for the country. It's an opportunity for Americans to see for themselves how truly radical President Trump's second term could well be. On the Born Alive bill. Under President Trump, it will be a golden age for the anti-choice, the extreme anti-choice movement. The bill we're voting on today, the Republican so-called Born Alive bill, is pernicious as they come. It attacks women's health care using false narratives and outright fear-mongering, and it adds more legal risk for doctors on something that's already illegal. So much of the hard rights anti-choice agenda is pushed, frankly, by people who have little or no understanding of what women go through when they are pregnant. The situation targeted by this bill is one of the most heartbreaking moments a woman could ever encounter. The agonizing choice of having to end care when serious and rare complications arise in pregnancy. It is moments like this where we should support women and doctors most, not use them as political football, as this bill does so heartlessly. Remember when Republicans claimed they would leave the issue of choice to the states? Remember that? That's out the window. This bill is a metaphor for what's to come, an emboldened, extremist, anti-choice resurgence, far, far further to the right than the American people are. Here's a message to my Republican colleagues. Today would be a great day for Senate Republicans to do something lowering the cost of groceries instead of attacking women's reproductive care. It would be a great day for Senate Republicans to do something to make prescription drugs more affordable. It would be a great day for Republicans to do something to help Americans trying to buy a home. Instead of lowering costs, Senate Republicans are putting their energy into controlling women's health care. This is not what the American people signed up for. And finally, on AI. Yesterday, a group of AI and tech companies announced their pledge to invest as much as $500 billion to ramp up our nation's AI and data center infrastructure. Of course, if AI becomes one of the central technologies of our lives, as is expected, we must build the capacity to support that demand, no question about it. But already, President Trump is tying himself into knots and talking out of both sides of his mouth. On the one hand, he goes on about how we need more power, we need more electricity to meet the demands of AI. And then on the other hand, he spent his first day in office proposing executive orders that cut clean energy investments, halting wind and solar, and putting those jobs at risk. These AI data centers will depend on more clean energy production and transmission, and cutting clean energy will cut a good chunk of the new energy that's about to come on board. So for President Trump to cut clean energy investments is tantamount to cutting AI's potential. One hand doesn't seem to know what the other hand is doing. If President Trump wants to help AI's growth instead of hurt it, he should revoke his promise to kill the clean energy jobs we're going to need to support American energy needs. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, yesterday I had a chance to meet with President Trump at the White House. Shared with him that his nominees, they are receiving strong support here in the United States Senate, and I assured President Trump that Republicans in the Senate are committed to working around the clock to confirm his nominees. To put this into perspective, yesterday President Trump invited several of us to travel with him later this week. He's going to be going to North Carolina as well as Los Angeles to see the impact of the disasters and the devastation in both places. Well, we thanked him for the invitation, told him that we have pressing responsibilities right here on the floor of the United States Senate, because we're prepared to work late into the night and long weekends if Democrats choose to deliberately delay the votes on his cabinet, as it appears they are doing right now. So that's exactly what we're planning to do, continue to work to get these individuals who are strong and tough confirmed by the United States Senate. Last night, what we saw here in this body were Democrats decided to stall the confirmation of John Ratcliffe. Mr. Ratcliffe is President Trump's nominee to be director of the Central Intelligence Agency. The nomination is supported completely, bipartisan. Actually, his specific nomination was voted 14 in favor to only 3 against in the committee, the Intelligence Committee of the United States Senate. But last night here in this body, Democrats chose last-minute obstruction. They're just going to slow it down anyway, even though he's been supported out of the Intelligence Committee, bipartisan 14-3. What they are doing is shameful. Our world is far too dangerous to delay confirming the head of the CIA. So I hope my Democrat colleagues don't have plans for the weekend, because I guarantee you the Senate's going to be here in Washington voting to confirm President Trump's nominees. So get ready for some long nights, long hours, day after day after day. We're going to be here Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday if we have to. We're ready to work around the clock, and we mean it. That's what Americans voted for. According to a recent Fox poll, 78% of Americans say Democrats should work with President Trump. The American people elected President Trump to change Washington, to get the country back on track. They voted for common sense, and President Trump is a common sense president. President Trump has proposed an agenda that is popular, it's optimistic, and it is unifying. And he has chosen a strong team to work with him. President Trump has built, I would say, a cabinet that's not business as usual. His nominees are motivated, they are qualified, and they are committed to Americans' safety and prosperity. They're going to work aggressively to address the challenges of high prices, of open borders, of crime, and what we have seen in the last administration, which was an America Last energy policy. Oh, they're ready to go after the burdensome regulations that face people all across the country. You know, hours after President Trump was sworn in, senators voted unanimously to confirm Marco Rubio to be Secretary of State. This week, we have more nominees to consider. And as the Senate exercises our constitutional duty, we should remember a few facts. First, let's compare this to President Obama, who had 7 cabinet nominees confirmed on his very first day in office. Second, the current Democrat leader at that podium moved quickly to confirm President Biden's nominees. And he said that swift confirmation votes, he said, are traditional for a new president. Third, Democrats are actually supporting many of President Trump's nominees in the committees. That proves it proves what we already know, that these nominees, in addition to being bold, have bipartisan support. All but 2 Democrats voted with every Republican to support Kristi Noem after her hearings in the Homeland Security Committee. She's been nominated by President Trump to be the Secretary of Homeland Security. Her vote was 13-2. Several Democrats also voted with to support Scott Bessent, who is President Trump's nominee to be Secretary of the Treasury. Let me remind my colleagues what Democrats have said about President Trump's nominees. Senator Tammy Baldwin of Wisconsin introduced Sean Duffy for his hearing, and he was nominated by the President to be Secretary of Treasury. What Senator Baldwin said was a glowing comment. She said, Sean Duffy is the right guy to help deliver for Wisconsin families, businesses, and workers. Our colleague John Hickenlooper of Colorado introduced Chris Wright at the hearing to be Secretary of Energy. Senator Hickenlooper said this. He said, Mr. Wright is, quote, a scientist who has invested his life around energy. Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona said Lee Zeldin is a, quote, qualified candidate to lead the Environmental Protection Agency. Senator Martin Heinrich of New Mexico said Doug Burgum, current governor of North Dakota, is, quote, a talented nominee to lead the Department of Interior. I think we should pay attention to those comments. Democrats know that President Trump's nominees are ready to get on the job and are qualified to do the work. Yeah, the Senate should give advice and consent. That's an obligation we have. But disgruntled Democrats should not use the Senate's constitutional power as an excuse to delay and deny. Americans want results. That's what they voted for in November. They did not vote for resistance. They want to get this country back on track. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Democratic Whip.
Mr. President, yesterday I met with Kash Patel, President Trump's nominee to serve as director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We all know the FBI. It plays a critical role in keeping America safe from terrorism, violent crime, and other threats. The person who is in charge of our nation's leading law enforcement organization, the FBI, should be someone who is nonpartisan, solid, reliable, with a demonstrated skill in law enforcement. We were reminded of this on 9/11, that the FBI is the leading agency that we in America rely on to keep us safe. The 30,000 professionals at the FBI have the skills and resources to do the job. They deserve a leader who understands the gravity of their mission. After meeting with Kash Patel, I have grave concerns about his fitness for the role of FBI director. Mr. Patel has neither the experience, the temperament, or the judgment to lead the Federal Bureau of Investigation. He is a staunch political loyalist who has repeatedly peddled false conspiracy theories and threatened to retaliate against those who have slighted him personally and politically. Start with January 6th. I was here in the Senate that day. I'll always be grateful to the U.S. Capitol Police and D.C. police officers who defended everyone who works in this building from an angry mob that has egged on by President Trump. You've seen the videos. You know what I'm talking about. But Kash Patel, the man who claims he should lead the FBI, actually says, and I quote, the FBI was planning January 6th for a year. Planning January 6th, the FBI. And he posted on social media, and I quote, January 6th, never an insurrection. Then he said, cowards in uniform exposed. Let me say those words again. Cowards in uniform. That's what Mr. Patel said. I asked him about that statement in my office yesterday. He couldn't explain it. Who were these so-called cowards in uniform when the mob stormed the Capitol building on January 6th? Who were these people? Were they the Capitol Hill Police and the D.C. police officers who literally risked their lives to protect us and the Vice President? In light of the deaths and serious injuries they faced, Mr. Patel should not even suggest the possibility that these were cowardly acts. These were acts of bravery and courage. Many of them risked their lives for us, as they do every single day. To the people who've gathered in the balcony here to observe the Senate in session, to the thousands of visitors to this building, look around you. Quietly standing guard are men and women in uniform, Capitol Hill Police, who are ready to step in and protect you if necessary. On January 6th, they did it at a great cost. So what are Mr. Patel's plans for this FBI that he said was actually planning January 6th? He said he wants to, quote, shut down the FBI Hoover building on day one and reopen it the next day as a museum of the deep state. And he said, quote, we're going to come after the people in the media. We're going to come after you, whether it's criminally or civilly. We're putting you all on notice. This is the man who wants to head up the FBI, and I'm quoting exactly what he said. He's even published an enemies list of 60 people whom he calls government gangsters. It's in writing. The playbook is there. The list of all 60 names is spelled out in detail. Who is included on this list of people that would be his enemies, these so-called government gangsters? Well, members of both political parties, Mr. Patel has identified, including former Trump administration officials like Defense Secretary Esper. Then there's Bob Mueller. Bob Mueller is an extraordinary man and a patriot, a Republican, who has been called on repeatedly to serve this country and has done so willingly. He enlisted in the Marine Corps out of college when one of his dear friends was killed in Vietnam. He decided he had to serve and had to fight too. He served in the U.S. Marine Corps as a lieutenant, received the Bronze Star and the Purple Heart. Even after he was injured and received the Purple Heart, he returned to battle. He's an extraordinary person. I came to know him a few days after 9/11 when I reached out to see if there was anything I could do to help the FBI and its new leader, Mr. Mueller. We struck up a friendship and a relationship over the years. I respected him so much. What does Mr. Kash Patel think of Bob Mueller, this man who served our country in so many different ways? He calls him an utter swamp creature. And then there's Paul Ryan, former congressman from the state of Wisconsin, former Republican Speaker of the House. I count him as a friend, not a close friend, but a casual friend, someone I like. We didn't have a lot in common when it came to politics, but I thought he was a good public servant, served our country well. What does Kash Patel, who wants to head up the FBI, say in his book in writing about Paul Ryan? Total failure and a coward. Paul Ryan, total failure and a coward. And then there's General Mark Milley, who was chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He served our country in so many different capacities, led our troops in battle, and distinguished himself time and time again. What does Kash Patel say of General Mark Milley, who served in President Trump's leadership? He calls him the Kraken of the swamp. The Kraken of the swamp. Does this sound like the resume of a person who should lead the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the world's preeminent criminal investigation agency? And I asked him a practical question as well. There are 30,000 people in law enforcement in the FBI. What do you think is the morale of that group after President Trump's pardons the other night of the people who were involved in the January 6th violence? Well, Mr. Patel went on to tell me that he didn't in any way approve of violence against law enforcement officers. And I asked him, will you say that publicly, that you don't think they should have been pardoned if they were guilty of violence against police officers? He said he would have to take it up the chain of command. Let me say for a moment, we should reflect on these pardons and the people who receive them. I want to make sure that I put these details in the record without any question of their veracity. Some of the people convicted of violence on January 6th here in the U.S. Capitol building, who received full, complete, and unconditional pardons from President Trump the day he was sworn in. David Dempsey, convicted of repeatedly assaulting police officers with pepper spray, a metal crutch, and wooden and metal poles. Quote, for over 1 hour, defendant David Dempsey viciously assaulted and injured police officers, end of quote. Federal prosecutors charged. Metropolitan Police Department Detective Nguyen testified that after Dempsey pepper sprayed him, he was knocked down and, quote, I thought that's, where I'm going to die. And in my head, I'm thinking about my family at that point before anything else. Dempsey was sentenced to 20 years in prison and received a full, complete, and unconditional pardon from President Trump Monday night. Julian Cater pleaded guilty to pepper spraying the Capitol Hill police officer Brian Sicknick in the face. Later that night, Sicknick collapsed and was rushed to the hospital. He died the following day. According to Washington, D.C. medical examiner, Sicknick's death was due to, quote, natural causes, close quote, 2 strokes. But, quote, all that transpired played a role in his condition. Sicknick's mother, Gladys, spoke at Cater's sentencing hearing. Quote, lawlessness, misplaced loyalty to a deranged autocratic ideal, and hate killed my son, she said. And I hope you are haunted by your crimes behind bars, she said to Julian Cater. Whatever jail time you receive is not enough in my eyes. He was sentenced to 6 years in prison and received a full, complete, and unconditional pardon Monday night. Christian Matthew Manley pleaded guilty to assaulting police with 2 cans of bear spray and throwing empty canisters at officers. Manley then threw a metal rod at officers. Federal Judge Tanya Chutkan told Manley at a sentencing hearing that, quote, there has to be an understanding that participating, taking up arms against law enforcement, taking up arms to basically try and overthrow the government is going to be met with severe punishment. Manley was sentenced to more than 4 years in prison. He received a full, complete, and unconditional pardon from Donald Trump Monday night. Patrick Edward McGahey III was convicted of using a police riot shield to crush Metropolitan Police Officer Daniel Hodges in a metal door frame, leaving Hodges trapped, bleeding and crying for help from his fellow officers. Quote, if I was there much longer being assaulted in such a way, I knew it was very likely I wouldn't be able to maintain consciousness, Hodges testified. Quote, your actions on January 6th were some of the most egregious crimes that were committed that day, Federal Judge Trevor McFadden told McGahey before sentencing him to 7 years in prison. Mr. McGahey received a full, complete, and unconditional pardon from Donald Trump on Monday. Ryan Nichols pleaded guilty to pepper spraying police officers and urging rioters through a bullhorn to storm the building. Quote, this is not a peaceful protest, he yelled, according to prosecutors. If you have a weapon, you need to get your weapon. Later that night, Nichols recorded a video of himself calling for a second American Revolution and stating, quote, if you want to know where Ryan Nichols stands for violence. Nichols was sentenced to more than 5 years in prison and received a full, complete, and unconditional pardon from the president Monday night. Christopher Quaylen was convicted at trial of, quote, viciously assaulting police officers for hours, according to federal prosecutors. Quote, on at least a dozen occasions, Quaylen stood face-to-face with officers as he screamed at them, pushed with outstretched arms, punched, swatted, and slapped them, pushed bike racks into officers, and even choked one officer to the ground, prosecutors stated. Quaylen was sentenced to 12 years in prison, received a full, unconditional, and complete pardon from Donald Trump on Monday night. Daniel Rodriguez pleaded guilty to using a stun gun and plunging it multiple times into police officer Michael Fanone's neck, in the words of prosecutors, leading Fanone to scream out in pain. Quote, during those moments, I remember thinking there was a very good chance that I would be torn apart or shot to death with my own weapon, Fanone testified to Congress. Rodriguez was sentenced to more than 12 years in prison. Daniel Rodriguez received a full, complete, and unconditional pardon from Donald Trump. Peter Schwartz, convicted of stealing pepper spray from police officers, distributing the canisters to other rioters, and indiscriminately spraying law enforcement, according to prosecutors. Court documents from the Justice Department described him as, quote, a welder by trade and a felon who has racked up numerous convictions for drugs, weapons, and violence over the last 3 decades. The day after the riot, he allegedly posted on Facebook, what happened yesterday was the opening of a war. He's referring to January 6th. I was there, and whether people will acknowledge it or not, we are now at war. Shorts was sentenced to more than 14 years in prison. He received a full, unconditional, and complete pardon by the president on Monday night. These are the instances that I wanted to highlight. For those who suggest that these are just casual tourists to the Capitol, they should read the details of the attacks these individuals made on police officers who stood to guard us, the Vice President, and any visitors to the Capitol that day. They risked their lives for us, and the pardons from the White House are impossible to explain under those circumstances. I raised those with Kash Patel. I said, you want to be the head of the largest federal law enforcement agency, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. What do you think those pardons are doing to the morale of police officers across the country? He said he did not condone violence against police officers. I want to make sure I make that clear for the record. So I said, will you say anything publicly about that? He said, I have to take it up the chain of command before I would say anything publicly. In 1976, Congress passed a law limiting the FBI director to a single term of 10 years, intending to insulate this position from political influence. But President Trump has repeatedly tried to bend the FBI director to his political agenda. He fired his first FBI director, Jim Comey. He forced out his second FBI director, Chris Wray, when they refused to do his bidding. Now President Trump has nominated a proven loyalist in Kash Patel. In a 2019 meeting, Patel reportedly told President Trump in the Oval Office he wanted to expand his portfolio to ensure White House personnel were, quote, completely loyal to the administration. Loyalty of police officers on a political basis is not the basis for sound judgment when it comes to law enforcement. We find loyal police forces in countries with autocratic rulers throughout our history. We don't want that in the United States. Mr. Patel's political grievances make him a favorite of the MAGA world, but they have not prepared him to work night and day to keep America safe from violent crime, drug trafficking, terrorism, and other threats. Mr. Patel's endless list of political grievances and well-documented threats of retribution are disqualifying, and they are spelled out in graphic detail in his own book, which I have read. The FBI is a critical agency in keeping America safe. Mr. Patel is not the person for this life and death assignment. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
President.
Senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, this week marks a new start for the United States Congress. After nearly a
The Senate
year-long
isn't a quorum call.
consent to dispense with the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this week marks a new start for the United States Congress. After a year-long battle over the Laken-Riley Act, this week we decided to put the security of the American people first. Take the next step towards ending an era of open border policies, and we passed the bill. It is impossible to overstate just how great an achievement it is that we came together to send the Laken-Riley Act to the President's desk. For decades, it has been almost impossible for our government to agree on solutions for the problems at our border and within our country. The Laken-Riley Act represents perhaps the most significant immigration enforcement bill to reach the President's desk since 1996. It is a significant first step to protect American families and to honor Laken-Riley's life and legacy. It ensures that no family will have to endure the heartbreak that Laken's family has had to endure. With our Republican majorities in both the House and the Senate, Congress is back to working for the American people once again. The American people made their voices heard on November 5th, Mr. President, and they told this city that they would no longer tolerate a government that ignored our border crisis. They would no longer put up with open borders, unsafe streets, and soft on-crime policies. Congress listened, and we have delivered, but we're not finished yet. Monday, Inauguration Day, marked the start of a new American golden age. With President Trump back in office and with our majorities ready to work with him, we are headed towards creating a safer, more secure, incredible country. And the Laken-Riley Act is no doubt a step in that direction. Now is the time to turn the page from the last 4 years, to think about what we can do together to turn the will of the American people into action. To do the things a government is meant to do: provide security for its people, ensure its streets are safe, and enforce the rule of law. It is also a time of remembrance, Mr. President. It is a time to think about the light Laken-Riley shone on all of those around her, the example she set for how to live one's faith and make a positive impact in the world. I am so proud that we came together in this body to honor her and the profound impact she had on everyone that knew her. To Allison and John Phillips, Laken's mother and stepfather, thank you for the courage that you have shown in advocating for this bill and for Laken's legacy. We are all eternally amazed by your grace and strength in the face of tragedy. You, like Laken, are so incredibly inspiring. And as you so humbly said about the passage of this bill, all the glory to God. I'd again like to thank Representative Mike Collins, who has spearheaded it to House passage not once, but twice. And I look forward to its third and final passage today in the House. I'd also like to thank Leader Thune, who in his very first month as leader took a difficult issue and moved it gracefully through the United States Senate. And a big thank you to the rest of my colleagues here in this body and the ones in the House for coming together, for putting partisan differences aside to find common ground to actually achieve a result, and for showing the American people that they can trust their elected representatives to listen, to understand, and to do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to address some concerns that my Republican colleagues have raised about my decision to insist on a one-day debate on the nomination of John Ratcliffe to be the director of the CIA. Plain and simple, I think that we should take some time, one day, to consider one of the most important, sensitive national security posts in this new administration. I do not think it makes sense to ram through Mr. Ratcliffe's nomination with only 120 minutes of debate, as was the suggestion last night. Many people here have raised serious concerns about his qualification. For instance, during his short tenure as Director of National Intelligence, Mr. Ratcliffe showed a very troubling propensity to play politics with sensitive intelligence. Most notoriously, just 1 month before the 2020 election, on the day of the debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, Mr. Ratcliffe chose to declassify a cherry-picked CIA memo from 4 years earlier that outlined Russian claims that Hillary Clinton had approved a plan to tie Trump to Russia's hack of the DNC so that Trump could use that in the debate. These were unverified Russian intelligence claims. And Mr. Ratcliffe's decision went against explicit warnings by CIA personnel that its release would put in jeopardy CIA sources, methods, and personnel. But he did it anyway on the day of the debate, a month before the election, because its release would help Donald Trump's reelection campaign. Now, it's true during this day of debate that we are having before we vote likely tomorrow, senators may not be coming to the floor to give lengthy speeches on Mr. Ratcliffe's nomination, but this debate time, this day, gives all of my colleagues the time to carefully review the record and consider whether Mr. Ratcliffe is qualified. Now, maybe members of the Senate Intelligence Committee have had the time to do a full study, but the full Senate has not. So it's not too much to ask, given the very real concerns about this nominee's politicization of intelligence, for us to take a day, not a week, not 2 weeks, a day, for senators to take the time to consider the record. But I want to make a broader point. I hear Republicans claiming that my decision to ask for 1 day of debate on a controversial nominee to lead the CIA somehow compromises our national security. So let me say this. Spare me. 2 days ago, President Donald Trump pardoned 1,500 rioters, including the most violent rioters who stormed this building 4 years ago, brutally beat law enforcement over the head with poles, tried to crush the heads of Capitol Police officers, walked around here with zip ties, looking to do God knows what to any Democratic congressmen or senators they found. They assembled a gallows and a noose outside the Capitol to chants of "Hang Mike Pence." All my Republican colleagues were here when a Capitol Police officer burst through that door to rush us to safety before the mob attacked us. And Republicans all of a sudden claim that law and order is a priority and we have to rush through nominees, and yet they stand by a president who just threw law and order out the window by pardoning not some of the rioters, but all of them. Political violence in this country just became mainstream. It is now a fact of life in America. If you commit an act of horrific violence in the name of the President of the United States, that president will make sure that you get away with it. That is fundamentally un-American, and it makes this country less safe. Let me guarantee you, a one-day delay, a one-day debate on the confirmation of a CIA director does no damage to our nation's security compared to the decision to pardon every single January 6th rioter charged and convicted of crimes and let out of jail some of the most violent rioters. And just to hammer home the point, if you don't believe me, let me explain to you who Donald Trump let out of jail yesterday. This is David Dempsey. He gave an interview in front of the gallows that had been built and fitted with a noose. He said he was at the Capitol that day, January 6th, because Nancy Pelosi, James Comey, the Obamas, and the Clintons need to hang. At the Capitol, he climbed to the front of the mob and immediately began attacking law enforcement officers who were trying to protect us. He used his hands, his feet, flagpoles, crutches, broken pieces of furniture, and anything else he could find as a weapon to attack police officers. At around 4 p.m. that day, Dempsey pepper sprayed D.C. Detective Fuson Nguyen as another rioter yanked off the detective's gas mask. The spray burned Detective Nguyen's lungs, throat, eyes. It left him gasping for breath, fearing that he might lose consciousness and be overwhelmed by the mob. Moments later, because Dempsey wasn't done, he hit Sergeant Jason Mastany over the head with a metal crutch. He struck him with so much force that it cracked the shield of his gas mask, causing Sergeant Mastany to collapse as his ears started ringing. Dempsey wasn't done, though. He was thorough. He was vicious. He kept going. He sprayed chemical agents at officers. He stomped on their heads. He hit them repeatedly with metal and wooden poles. Dempsey's violence reached such extremes that at one point, he actually attacked another rioter who was trying to stop him. He was sentenced by a jury of his peers to significant jail time for his litany of brutal attacks, as anyone in this country would. He walked out of jail last night, in the middle of his sentence. because Donald Trump pardoned him. That's DJ Rodriguez. He didn't make any bones about what he was coming to the Capitol to do. The night before the insurrection, DJ Rodriguez posted on Telegram, "There will be blood. Welcome to the revolution." For weeks, he and members of his violent right-wing group had been organizing and planning what they were going to do. He encouraged members of the group to get a large knife, told them where they could buy bear spray. He said he highly recommended to wear goggles with breath holes, told them where they could get an axe handle. He was prepping for war. He began, rather innocently, just spraying a fire extinguisher at a line of officers. When that didn't work, he found a long wooden pole to attack the officers. He wasn't done. 37 minutes of repeated frantic attempts to breach the Capitol, and he finally got to the mouth of the tunnel in the lower West Terrace. He grabbed an officer by the neck, dragged him into the mob. He takes a taser and tases the officer in the head. The officer screams in pain, recoils from the shock, jerks back his head. Rodriguez isn't done because he wants this guy dead. He strikes him again directly in the neck. The officer yells out, but it's over. The officer collapses, unconscious. And another officer has to drag his lifeless body away from the mob. The officer suffered a heart attack. His law enforcement career is over. Later that day, Rodriguez went to those gallows, took a picture, and posted, "No Democrats, unfortunately." After being convicted of beating a police officer by a jury of his peers, DJ Rodriguez was pardoned by Donald Trump. This is Thomas Webster. He traveled to D.C. ready for battle with a bulletproof vest. He carried a large metal flagpole with him to the riot at the Capitol. He led the charge against the police line. He spent 8 minutes elbowing his way through the crowd so that he could be at the front of the mob. He used that pole to repeatedly attack police officers. He slammed it so hard, the metal pole broke in half. So then he just charged directly at one officer, tackling him to the ground. He grabbed the officer by the helmet, dragged him, and pinned him to the ground. As Webster tried to rip off the officer's gas mask, the officer began to struggle for breath because he was being choked by the chin strap. And as he gasped for air, Webster held him down on the ground, and other rioters kicked him repeatedly. After that, Webster was so fired up, he posted a live video. He pleaded, "Send more patriots, we need some help." He was convicted of all 6 counts of his indictment, including assaulting a police officer, like anybody would be in this country if they did what Thomas Webster did. He walked out of jail in the middle of his sentence Monday night, pardoned by Donald Trump. So here's the message. If you beat up a police officer in this country, you're going to jail for a long time, with one exception. You don't go to jail if you beat the hell out of a police officer in the service of Donald Trump. If you're engaged in violence to further Donald Trump's political career, then you face no consequences. What happened this week is that political violence got mainstreamed in America. There are still a lot of radical, dangerous people out there in this world, and they now know that if they carry out violence in the name of Donald Trump, if they beat up police officers, or they attack Democratic officials, and they're doing it to support Donald Trump, they are likely immune. That puts this nation's security in jeopardy. That puts our lives in jeopardy. And I'm just going to say it, it puts Democrats' lives in jeopardy in particular. Remember, DJ Rodriguez went to the gallows and said, "No Democrats here, unfortunately." Where is the broad, righteous indignation from my Republican colleagues about that? Yes, a few of my Republican colleagues have criticized the pardons. I'm thankful to them. But it's a minority. It is a small handful. Most Senate Republicans are silent. The wholesale endorsement of political violence is a grave national security threat to this nation. Having a one-day debate on the nomination of a CIA director is not. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Senator from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. President. You would think, I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
You might think that the person nominated to lead our nation's top health department, an agency with a budget of over $2 trillion, and responsible for running everything from Medicare to vaccine trials, you might think that that person would at least be interested in, if not experienced in, curing diseases and promoting public health, that they'd be someone who follows science and works to build the public's trust in it. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is none of those things. For the first time ever, we might have a health secretary who has actively fueled disease outbreaks. He has literally made a career out of lying about the safety of basic vaccines, and it is not an exaggeration to say lives will be lost if he is confirmed. He has cost lives pretending to be a public health expert before, and he will do it again at scale if he becomes the next health secretary. This is not just some random dude with his buddies kicking around weird ideas just for the hell of it. He's a Kennedy with an enormous fortune, parachuting into countries to tell lies and stop people from taking life-saving vaccines. In 2019, he flew to Samoa to discourage people from taking the measles vaccine, deepening a hesitancy that was already building. And it did work. Vaccination rates for eligible one-year-olds fell below 33%, and just 5 months later, Samoa found itself in the middle of a measles outbreak. 5,000 people got the measles, 83 people died, 79 of them kids. 83 kids died because RFK Jr. decided to leave the east coast of the continental United States and fly clear across the Pacific to Samoa to tell people not to take the measles vaccine. This is the nominee for the Secretary of Health and Human Services. In addition to spreading baseless lies about vaccines, he has also regularly spouted all kinds of deranged ideas, including, this is a direct quote, COVID was, quote, targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese. He also claimed without any evidence that antidepressants are to blame for mass shootings and that chemicals in our water are turning our kids gay. I don't know why this guy is going to get a single vote. This isn't just somebody who has like a different view than me on mandatory COVID vaccinations. There is a lot of room for reasonable people to disagree about the conduct of the government, state, federal, county, as it relates to the COVID vaccine and the COVID response. In a global pandemic, people, all of them, in every state, everybody was trying their best. And there are a lot of lessons to be learned, including a kind of close call about whether mandatory vaccinations in the context of COVID, as it was on the downslope, even worked. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about measles, mumps, rubella, polio. His plans to remake the Department of Health and Human Services are equally terrifying. He wants to revoke approvals for the polio and Hep B vaccines for children and roll back guidance on other vital vaccines. There's a reason that we haven't had to think about these awful, painful diseases in a long, long time, and it's because we've vaccinated our way out of outbreaks. He's also vowed to fire hundreds of federal health researchers and scientists and stop all research into infectious disease and vaccine development because, quote, we're going to give infectious disease a break for about 8 years. We're going to give infectious diseases a break for about 8 years. This is as dangerous of a decision as the United States Senate could possibly take. You would honestly not put him in charge of a local clinic, let alone the country's entire health system. And look, I get it. I come from Hawaii. A lot of my constituents hear his critique of our food system and agree. Our food system is broken, and people are getting sick because of it. We have subsidized the wrong things for so long that you can find an unhealthy meal faster and cheaper than a healthy one. Ultra-processed foods are everywhere, and healthy and hearty meals are harder to come by, and that has to change. But we don't have to bring measles and mumps back in order to fix our food system. We don't have to bring back the horrors of polio in the name of cleansing our diet. And there are a lot of people in the Senate, including my dear friend, Senator Cory Booker, who works really hard to solve this problem with the seriousness and the thoughtfulness that it deserves, to rein in factory farms, to empower family farmers, to make healthy food more readily available and affordable. We have to do all of that. But we don't have to purchase with this idea that our food system is broken, the idea that the only way we can fix our food system is if we bring polio back, if we bring measles back, if we bring mumps back, if we bring rubella back. The medical profession at its best is about helping people. And I think about doctors like my dad, Dr. Irv Schatz, aboard a hospital ship, the SS Hope, providing free medical care to people across Latin America. So many like him put their lives and their careers on hold to travel far and wide to care for the less fortunate, helping kids with cleft palate, distributing mosquito nets, delivering babies, treating and preventing diseases. It is hard and unglamorous and unselfish work. It is God's work. And so it takes a special kind of person to do the exact opposite, to do what this man did, which is fly around the planet to cause disease. To fly around the planet to cause disease. So yes, this is a question of character and competence, but it's also a question of life and death. And who we want in charge making decisions when lives are on the line. And it is our job here in the Senate to make damn sure that we protect the public health. I could not urge more strongly a no vote on this unqualified nominee. I yield the floor. Mr. President, suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
It's also Brooks.
President,
Senator from Nebraska.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, the pro-life movement is about love, compassion, dignity, and respect. Nebraska is a pro-life state, and Nebraska has been a leader in the pro-life movement. In 2010, Nebraska was the first state to pass a law with regard to pain-capable fetuses, and effectively made it so that you had a 20-week prohibition on abortion, protecting those babies after 20 weeks because they could feel pain. Last year, Nebraska again showed the nation what we could do in the pro-life movement. We were the first state to pass a pro-life ballot initiative. And while doing that, we were able to prevent the pro-abortion lobby from passing a really heinous pro-abortion ballot initiative. The Pro-Abortion Forces ballot initiative would have essentially enshrined in our Constitution not only the right to abortion, but would have allowed abortion up until essentially the moment of birth. It was incredibly radical. And I'm very proud of our state. The people of Nebraska took our current law and kept that on the ballot and defeated the pro-abortion's very radical ballot initiative. We have the opportunity here in the Senate to be able to continue to uphold the dignity of unborn children. There's a couple of bills I want to talk about. They both have the word abortion in them, but they're really not about abortion. They're about that love and compassion, that dignity and respect. The first is the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Act. So in 2002, Congress passed bipartisan legislation that said that children who survive an abortion are to be treated as people under the law. Now, to me, that seems a little crazy that we had to do that, but we actually passed that. It seemed common sense that if you're born, you're a person, you're protected under our laws here in the United States. Sadly, that's not the case. In that 2002 law, it didn't say that the child had to receive care. And so what we've seen in the abortion industry is that when there's a botched abortion, that baby oftentimes will just be born alive but then left to die of exposure. It's absolutely barbaric, absolutely heinous. And that's what the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act does. It requires medical treatment to be given to those babies. So if a baby girl is born in a botched abortion attempt, that baby girl gets the medical attention it needs so that she can survive and grow up. Now, you may say, well, this sounds ridiculous. Why wouldn't that happen? Well, as I said, it does happen in the abortion industry. Melissa Oden's mother was pressured into trying to have an abortion at a hospital in Sioux City, Iowa. Melissa was born alive, and thank goodness there was a nurse there who then took her to the NICU so she could get the medical attention so that she could survive and grow up to be the woman she is today. Melissa was later adopted and has contributed to our country. That's part of what we in the pro-life movement need to do, is make sure we're defending the rights of these babies. We have another opportunity as well, and again, the name of the bill has abortion in it, but it's really not about abortion. It's about protecting the dignity of unborn children. In this case, it's unborn children who are killed in that abortion. Just a few years ago, the remains of over 2,000 aborted babies were discovered in a home in Indiana. And many Americans were shocked to find out that children who are aborted are often just disposed of. They're treated like, their remains are treated like medical waste. And that's just absolutely fundamentally wrong. These babies deserve the dignity that every other person has. And so, in a few days, I'm going to introduce the Dignity for Aborted Children's Act. What my bill will do is require the abortion industry to treat with dignity and respect the remains of these aborted children. That they will get the same dignity and respect as any human being who dies. Finally, I want to recognize that we've got the March for Life coming up on Friday. I want to say thank you to all of the marchers who are going to be here to be able to demonstrate our movement's commitment to love, compassion, dignity, and respect. Your advocacy plays a critical role in making sure that we help save the lives of all these unborn babies. When we talk about the most vulnerable, who could be more vulnerable than a baby that hasn't been born yet, that we can't hear that little girl, little boy's voice yet? These marchers will be here to be that voice for those little babies. So thank you for the work that you're doing to be able to continue to get our message out about love and compassion, dignity and respect. We need to remind all of our fellow citizens that these little babies deserve the same protections that we all have as citizens of the United States. It's about extending basic human rights to some of the most vulnerable among us. And I appreciate the work that all these pro-life advocates will be doing to be able to help carry our message out this weekend. Working together, we can defend life and empower women. And with that, Mr. President, I yield back my time.
Senator from Iowa.
52 years ago today, Roe v. Wade was decided by the United States Supreme Court. Approximately 1 year before that, I was a member of the Iowa legislature, and that legislature attempted to repeal Iowa's law of decades old, and that vote in the House of Representatives was 44 to 44. So obviously our bill was not, that bill was not adopted, and our ban on abortion continued for a year until Roe v. Wade. I was one of those 44 that voted to retain the law that had been on the books for a long period of time. Well, a lot of history since then. We're still fighting this issue. So this bill before the United States Senate now is a very important bill to express what life in the womb is all about. Dr. Willard Cates, the director of abortion surveillance at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in 1981, referred to the survival of a baby after an attempted abortion as, quote unquote, the dreaded complication. Now, I happen to call that dreaded complication a miracle. While it may be a troubling truth for some people to hear that. There are babies who survive attempted abortions. In 2024, the American Journal of Obstetrics and Gynecology analyzed almost 14,000 late-term abortions and found over 11% resulted in live births. However, because we lack reliable federal and state abortions data, we don't know the number of babies who survive an attempted abortion and are born alive each year in the United States. When an abortion results in the live birth of a child, that child should be entitled to quality health care under the law. Tragically, that isn't always the case. During my time in Congress, I've heard a number of stories from abortion survivors regarding their health struggles and the lack of care they receive following failed abortions. Melissa Olden, for example, was born alive in 1977 and left to die in a bucket of formaldehyde in a utility closet before being saved by 2 nurses. She's an advocate for children who come into this world the same way she did. Her message for moms considering abortion is this, and I quote, "There is hope for you and your child even after an attempted abortion. You aren't alone," end of quote. While children born alive are already recognized as persons under the law, there is not a federal law on the books to penalize abortionists who actively kill or passively deny care to babies who survive abortions. These precious babies deserve justice. That's why I've joined my colleagues in introducing the legislation that we entitled Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. This legislation requires any child born alive following an attempted abortion receive the same level of care as any other newborn who was born alive at the same stage of development. It doesn't and should not matter if a child is born in a hospital, a maternity ward, or in an abortion clinic. In either case, this is a baby, and that reality ought to convict each of us in our hearts and move us to compassion and to action. Our bill would bring justice for babies who survive abortions and are born into this world. Under our current legal system, human lives viewed as unwanted are treated as dispensable. No matter what each of us may think about abortion, we must speak and vote with unity to protect children outside of the womb. In Congress, my colleagues and I have reached across the aisle to protect children in many other contexts, and I ask my colleagues to do the same here. I yield.
Mr. President,
Senator from Mississippi.
this is an incredibly special week for pro-life Americans. We have welcomed back a life-affirming administration with the second inauguration of President Donald Trump. Both chambers of Congress are united in our pursuit of common sense legislation to protect the most vulnerable Americans among us with a vote on the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. And this Friday, we will join thousands of pro-life Americans who faithfully participate in the 52nd annual March for Life in our nation's capital. The National March for Life always reminds us of why we continue to fight for stronger protections of our unborn children and for their mothers. But thankfully, the march also serves as a bright reminder of the progress we've made as a movement. Now, thanks to efforts led by my fellow Mississippians in the governor's office, attorney general's office, and state legislature, we live in the Dobbs era. The entire process that brought us to this historical overturning of Roe v. Wade almost 3 years ago began with the introduction of a bill in the Mississippi State Legislature called the Gestational Age Act. My dear friend, Representative Becky Curry, is responsible for introducing this legislation, which turned out to be a catalyst for such great change in our nation. I would like to read into the record of resolution honoring her in this role in history that she plays. Today, I am introducing a Senate resolution honoring the Mississippi Gestational Age Act. Whereas on January 15, 2018, Mississippi State Representative Becky Curry of Brookhaven, Mississippi, introduced the Gestational Age Act to protect unborn children from elective abortions after 15 weeks gestation. Whereas on March the 19th, 2018, the Gestational Age Act was passed by the Mississippi State Legislature, approved by Mississippi Governor Phil Bryant, and enacted into law. Whereas in May 2021, the United States Supreme Court agreed to review Dobbs versus Jackson's Women's Health, a challenge to the constitutionality of the Gestational Age Act, where the question before the court was whether all pre-viability prohibitions on elective abortions are unconstitutional. And whereas on June the 24th, 2022, the United States Supreme Court issued a historical decision in Dobbs versus Jackson's Women's Health, holding that the Constitution does not confer a right to abortion. Roe and Causey must be overruled, and the authority to regulate abortion must be returned to the people and their elected representatives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Senate expresses profound gratitude to Mississippi State Representative Becky Curry for introducing the catalyst that ultimately brought about the historical victory of overturning Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood v. Casey, and honors life-affirming states across the country that have enacted laws aimed to value and protect the inherent dignity of every mother and unborn child. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Oh, I know. Don't you worry about that. I'm all over it.
That's the original.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I want to start by thanking my friend and colleague, Senator Lankford from Oklahoma, and organizing a colloquy here, recognizing the importance of protecting the lives of the unborn, and to bring us together today to make a statement about the importance of standing up for the right to life. I look forward to joining my constituents back in Texas on Saturday, later this week, at the Texas Rally for Life, where I will be honored to speak. It's no mistake that the Declaration of Independence recognizes the importance of the right to life. Life, liberty are among the unalienable rights that have been guaranteed by our Constitution, but more importantly, by our Creator. Now 3 years have passed since the Supreme Court struck down Roe versus Wade, which was judge-made law, drawing an arbitrary line at when abortions would be available or when they would not be available, and excluding any kind of participation from the American people across this great land of ours of 330+ million people about what they thought. Well, this decision returned the authority where it should have been in the first place until the Supreme Court ruled in Roe versus Wade back to the states, because now the elected officials in the various states are going to be accountable to their constituents at where that line is drawn. All the states, and thus all the American people through their elected representatives in their state legislatures, have an opportunity to weigh in. And I know that this can be a controversial topic. It's fraught with emotion and strong feelings. But it's important to point out that notwithstanding where you think the line ought to be drawn at when an abortion should be available in America, that it is the Democratic Party that is extreme and out of touch with the American people on this issue. Our Democratic colleagues have made clear that they support abortion on demand, anytime, anywhere, any place, funded by the taxpayer even, up until the moment of birth, and in some instances, even after birth. This week, we will vote on the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, which would guarantee certain basic medical care to children who are born as a result of an unsuccessful abortion. In other words, if they're born alive, are they left to die, or are they given the basic medical care that any infant would be given? Well, my Democratic colleagues are on record for saying they think medical care is a basic human right. I heard the senator from Vermont this morning in the budget hearing talking about a fundamental right to health care. Well, we are about to see whether they will vote to deny basic medical care to infants who survive abortions. If there's a basic right to health care in this country, will it be afforded to the most vulnerable of our citizens, children born alive as a result of an unsuccessful abortion, or not? It's been said before that by many great minds that civilizations should be measured by the way we treat our most vulnerable members. It's hard for me to imagine anyone more vulnerable than an infant who's been born who isn't wanted by his or her parents. To deny protection to these helpless newborns amounts to infanticide, and it is a tragedy that this is legal in our country. If America is to be truly great, we should without question be willing to at least provide basic medical care to these innocent children. I would hope our Democratic colleagues would examine their conscience and realize that there are more important things than politics in this world. In the end, we all have to live with our own conscience. And I would hope they would join us in voting for this legislation to protect the right to life for these, our most vulnerable citizens.
The senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following interns be granted floor privileges until May the 30th, 2025. Henson Peed and Madeline Becker.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have one request for a committee to meet during today's session of the Senate. It's been approved by the majority and the minority leaders.
With that, duly noted. Thought he asked.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, for the past 45 minutes or so, my colleagues have come to this floor to be able to talk about a bill that is coming soon that we'll actually vote on at the bottom of the hour, this hour. It's a bill that we talked about for several years and it's been debated some. It's about what happens if a child survives a botched abortion. Now, I'm going to talk about it a little bit. I've got some other colleagues that are going to step in a moment. That I want to talk a little bit more about this because this seems to be an incredibly misunderstood issue. It's interesting, we most often talk about a botched medical procedure, that if there's a botched medical procedure, someone dies. This is literally the opposite, that there was a botched medical procedure and someone lives. The whole debate is that botched medical procedure that was supposed to take the life of a child ends up actually delivering that child, and now you have a living, breathing child crying on the table, fully viable. The question is, what do we do now? Well, yesterday, my Democratic colleague spent an hour on the floor saying that child should die. I disagree. In all of our conversation about abortion, and we have various opinions in this room and quite frankly across the country, we have various opinions about when is a child a child. Some people believe a child is a child when they have unique DNA that's different than the mom, different than the dad. Conceptions occurred, cell division has happened. That's quite frankly how science defines life, is unique replicating cell division. Some people believe that's a child. Some people say, well, it's not a child until there's a heartbeat. Some people would say, well, it's not a child until there's actually a developed nervous system. Some people would say it's not a child until the Roe standard that I hear very often. That's a viable child that could survive outside the womb, which is about 21 weeks of gestation. And I have a lot of my colleagues who will say, well, I want to go back to the Roe standard. But I've yet to have a colleague come to me and say, I'm okay with abortion after delivery. That's what we're talking about in this. Now, it's an incredibly small group that we're discussing here. But if we're talking about a common ground issue, why wouldn't this be a common ground issue? Earlier this week, we found a common ground issue on the issue that's very contentious in this body about immigration. We've had a wide variety of opinions about how we do enforcement for immigration, but we found an area to say if a person has crossed the border, committed multiple crimes in the United States, they should be detained. We found bipartisan agreement on that. We don't agree on everything, but we at least agreed on that one. You realize that's the first bill like that we passed in decades. That's actually passed. It's going to be signed by the president. We're making law on that issue where we found simple common ground on a small niche issue related to immigration. Well, this is a small niche issue on a very contentious issue about abortion. What do we do when a child is actually delivered instead of destroyed in the womb? That is a viable child. Now, some of my Democratic colleagues have said this never happens. Well, I'd love to introduce you to a friend of mine named Melissa Ohden. Melissa Ohden, when her mom was 19 years old, was compelled by her family to have an abortion. She had an abortion, her mom did, delivered that child. The child was delivered, and then literally the baby was set aside into the medical waste of that procedure at the hospital. The nurse, then a few minutes later, as she's cleaning up after the procedure, noticed the medical waste was crying and was breathing.
Letter saying that Hunter's laptop.
So the nurse literally scooped up this child and took the child from that room to the emergency room where she survived. Now, folks early on said she would be blind or she would have major heart conditions, she would have everything else. I wish you could meet Melissa. She's amazing. She's fully healthy. In fact, it was years later that she learned her adopted mom had adopted her because her birth mom literally didn't know she still existed. Her birth mom was never told that actually that abortion, quote unquote, didn't work. That child survived. They've since reconnected, Melissa and her birth mom. And her birth mom, with deep regret, thinking about this beautiful child in front of her, that life was almost destroyed. In fact, was planned to be destroyed. Listen, this is not just an academic issue. This is real. Again, it's rare, but the question is, what do we do in those rare situations? How do we track this? How do we engage on it? I would ask any American, if there is a child laying on the table in an operating room crying, what do we do then? I don't know many Americans who would say, kill it. But here's what happens. In a botched abortion in America right now, when a child is actually delivered rather than destroyed in the womb, when literally there was a medical mistake that didn't take the life of the child, but instead delivered that child into life, when that occurs, the current practice is everyone kind of backs away and allows the child to die on the table by exposure. Because it is against American law in every single state to take the life of a child. But if everybody just steps back and watches the child die, that's okay. My Democratic colleagues came to the floor yesterday and said, this is already illegal. Why are we even discussing this? This is already illegal. You can't have infanticide in America. And I would say that's correct. It is already illegal to do infanticide. But what is still allowed is a tiny little loophole that if an abortion was botched, everyone can just back away and watch the child die. They do not have to give that child medical care. That's quite a loophole. And it's painful for me to even have to have this conversation in a nation like ours. Of all the things that we could talk about right now, why do we even have to discuss what to do with a child on a table in an operating room crying? Why is this even a conversation? So, we're bringing a bill to the floor today to be able to fix this. This is a bill we've talked about multiple times in this body, but it should be the absolute easiest common ground piece to face. Which of us, standing in that operating room, would look at a crying child and would say, ignore it? If we wouldn't say it there, we shouldn't say that here. So, I'll be back in a few moments, Mr. President. I have other colleagues that want to be able to speak to this issue. But I have some facts and myth that I want to do side by side with some of my Democratic colleagues who came to be able to share their perspective on this. And I want to be able to lay some things side by side to say what this bill actually does, not what the myth is and what it's actually being told about. In the meantime, I would encourage members of this body to be able to look up my friend Melissa Ohden. You can look her up online if you want to. You can see her beautiful picture and read her story for yourself, because she's not the only one with that same story. She's just one of many that has that story. Just not many are willing to be able to step out and speak, knowing that their life was intended to be taken, though today they're still smiling and talking about the value of every single life. With that, I yield the floor.
The senior senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, the bill we're discussing today should be really straightforward. A child who survives a failed abortion attempt should receive life-saving medical care. We're talking about not an abstraction. We're talking about a living, breathing person, a little girl, a little boy, who comes into the world after a failed abortion. And they shouldn't just be like put to the side and allowed to die. They deserve the care that they need to survive. Imagine if there was a week later and they were going home from the hospital and there was a car wreck. You would rush them to the hospital, you would do everything to help that child survive. Once that child is born, it should be straightforward. We should be helping the child survive. And there is no difference in the value and dignity of a child, of a person, as to whether or not they were originally wanted or not. Once they are born, they have that natural right, which we all have, that is discussed in our Declaration of Independence, our right to life, to liberty. I'm a physician, and I was trained to take the best care of a patient regardless of the circumstances that brought them before me. And it may have been someone that society didn't particularly care for. Didn't matter. That's my patient. I'm going to do everything I possibly can to help that patient survive and to thrive. That should be the ethic, and we should enshrine it into law. But, Mr. President, I'm a little struck. My Democratic colleagues offer a variety of excuses to justify opposing this bill. This is kind of like an inconvenient truth. Botched abortions happen. Now, my Democratic colleagues refuse to acknowledge that infanticide, withholding care to a baby who is born alive, is horrific and wrong. but we do know that failed abortions occur. The Senate HELP Committee, Health, Education, Labor, and Pension, heard powerful testimony last year from Melissa Oden. Melissa survived an abortion and would have been left to die if not for a courageous NICU nurse, a neonatal intensive care unit nurse. A life that could have been wasted now is used to advocate for those who do not have a voice. Innocent children should not have to hope that there is a NICU nurse like Melissa's who will do everything possible to save their life. Mr. President, this is a vote in support of basic human decency. Every child deserves to have a chance to live. And I urge my colleagues, if you believe in prayer, pray on that. If you don't believe in prayer, look at the Declaration of Independence. We are endowed with the natural right of life and of liberty. Reflect on that, support this bill. With that, I yield.
I ask unanimous consent that after I speak, Senator Murray speak, and then Senator from Oklahoma.
Without objection.
Okay, thank you. So first I want to thank Senator Murray, a great champion of women's health, for adding her eloquence and expertise to the debate. When it comes to the issue of choice, women's rights, women's health, there's no greater spokesperson than she. So I thank you, and we'll hear from her shortly. Now, today's vote on the Senate Republican so-called Born Alive bill makes one thing very clear. Under President Trump, it will be a golden age, but for the extreme anti-choice movement. The bill is the very definition of pernicious. It attacks women's health care using false narratives and outright fear-mongering, and it adds more legal risks for doctors on something that's already illegal. So much of the hard right's anti-choice agenda is pushed, frankly, by people who have little to no understanding of what women go through when they're pregnant. The scenario targeted by this bill is one of the most heartbreaking moments that a woman could ever encounter. The agonizing choice of having to end care when serious and rare complications arise in pregnancy. And at that moment of agony, this bill cruelly substitutes the judgment of qualified medical professionals and the wishes of millions of families and allows the ultra-right ideology to dictate what they do. Women should be supported and trusted when faced with serious pregnancy complications. This is when male politicians should step up and support women, not use them as political footballs, as this bill so heartlessly does. And if anything, this bill is a metaphor for what's to come, an emboldened, extremist, anti-choice resurgence further to the right than the American people are, even than most Republicans are. Remember when Republicans said this issue would be left to the states. Both President Trump and our Republican colleagues said, don't worry, we're going to leave this to the states. That's not what this bill does. It doesn't leave it to the states. And I think that we're going to see this over and over again. Promises made during the campaign are just broken. This one, 2 days after Donald Trump is inaugurated as president, it's no longer left to the states. And any promise that people made, we're going to leave things to the women and their doctors, that's out the window with this bill. And again, we're going to see that repeated over and over again. Not left to the states, imposed by some politicians here in Washington on women across America, and not respecting the rights of women and their doctors and their families. Here's my message to my Republican colleagues. Instead of attacking reproductive care, today would be a great day for Senate Republicans to do something to lower the cost of groceries or prescription drugs or helping Americans buy a home. It would also be a great day for Senate Republicans to trust women and leave their health care choices up to them, but they're not doing that. I yield the floor.
The senator from Washington.
Earlier this week, we lost a friend and a champion for reproductive rights, Cecile Richards. She helped countless women and changed the conversation around women's health and abortion. And I know if she were here, she would say, the fight continues. And that is very clear given what Republicans are choosing to focus on today. Of all the bills that we could be voting on, lowering health care, expanding the cost of health care, expanding child care, helping our families, it's an absolute disgrace that Republicans are spending their very first week in power attacking women, criminalizing doctors, and lying about abortion. I'm not going to let anyone perpetuate disgusting lies about people who have abortions and the providers who care for them. This is not how abortion works. Republicans know it. All babies are already protected under the law, regardless of the circumstance of their birth. Doctors already have a legal obligation to provide appropriate medical care. And we already know this sham bill from Republicans is not going anywhere. We've been here before. Last time we voted down this bill, I actually spoke about something Republicans refused to acknowledge in this debate. The struggles of a pregnant woman who has received tragic news that her baby had a fatal medical condition and would not be able to survive, and who were able to make the choice that was right for their family. But now, here we are, already hearing stories of women who were denied that choice now by extreme Republican abortion bans. Can you imagine what it is like to go for months pregnant with a baby that you know will not survive and getting questions and comments like, oh, is this your first child? Are you excited? Do you know what it is like to be that woman and fight back tears as you try to decide whether to nod politely somehow or explain that actually your world is falling apart? I can't imagine that, but it happens. Mr. President, all the while, you know you have to go through this against your will because some politician decided they knew better than you and your family and your doctor. Now, Republicans have a bill today to take that issue nationwide. That's what we are voting on. That is their top priority now that Trump is in office. Shame on them. I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, in just a few moments, this body will vote on a bill that actually doesn't limit abortion at all. Doesn't slow down one abortion, doesn't stop one woman from choosing to have an abortion, doesn't have a nationwide ban on abortion. In fact, this is a bill about what happens after an abortion. What's unique about this bill is it's asking a pretty simple question that seems like it would be a common ground issue for us. If there is, in this case, a medical mistake that didn't take a life, we normally think about a medical mistake that takes a life, but in this case, if there was a medical mistake that actually protected a life, what happens? This doesn't limit one single abortion in America, though many people in this body know me well enough to know I'd love to protect more children in America. This bill just asks the simple question, if an abortion is botched and the child is delivered instead of destroyed in the womb, and the child is alive and viable on the table, what happens next? Current medical practice is everyone in the room just backs away and you allow the child to die on the table. I don't think that's what most Americans would want. I think most Americans would say, hey, I've got boundaries on the issue of abortion, and definitely fully born is a boundary. Now, it's been interesting. I've listened to the debate yesterday and today from my Democratic colleagues, many of them friends. We have a real disagreement on this. This is not extreme, as I've heard it described, an extreme or right-wing proposal about abortion. I just don't think if I pulled 100 people off the street and said, hey, if a child is alive and screaming on the table after birth, what do you think we should do? I bet 100 out of 100 of them would say we should probably give them medical care. I just don't think that's extreme or out of the main thought in America. I think that's just who Americans are. We're compassionate people. That when we see a baby and look in their face, we don't say ignore them. We say let's provide some care. I've heard some of my colleagues say that we should respect the rights of women in this. By the way, I think one of those women should be that little girl that's born, who she is lying on the table right there crying. I think she should get some compassion and respect as well, because a decision is being made at this point about what to do. And it's not a theory. Several of my colleagues yesterday have used terms during this debate like, this is myth-based fear-mongering. That was my favorite one. Republicans are talking about stories that do not happen, was also expressed by another one of my colleagues. This one was just a little more blunt. One of my colleagues just came to the floor and said, Republicans are lying. Well, here's what really happened. Let me just give you a stat. This doesn't happen very often at all. Thankfully, this is rare. But the CDC does some tracking, and there's, quite frankly, now only 8 states in America that actually keep track of this. That if there's a botched abortion, a child is actually delivered fully alive. There's only 8 states that do it. Most states say don't. In fact, what was interesting is we tried to be able to track which states actually keep track of this and have some kind of instruction of what to do on health care on it. A few states do. Many states don't. In fact, some states like Minnesota literally voted recently, we used to track reporting, but we don't want to even know anymore if this occurs. Don't tell us if it occurs. Of the few states, just 8, that actually tracked this, over a several-year period, there were 277 cases like this where a child was actually delivered and was alive after a botched abortion. Now, again, that's not many, but we know from 8 states in that short time period that that's occurring. So again, I go back to the basic question, what do we want to do about that? Do we want to just ignore that? Or do we have a thought about what should happen to that child? Some of my colleagues have said this only occurs if there's a pregnancy complication and the child was already going to die, or there was a fatal medical condition that was actually occurring. Well, actually, that's not true in this bill. This bill is about a viable child that was delivered late term that's now on the table alive. I've also heard that this is going to have this massive overreach for doctors, that they're going to be oppressed and they're going to be afraid to practice on this. Actually, the bill's pretty clear on this. This still gives the doctor able to use his or her professional judgment on the care that would normally be provided to a child that's born. That's it. Now, the doctor may look at it and say, this child's not going to make it. That's still a professional judgment that's there. Or they may have a professional judgment that the child will make it. And as I've mentioned on this floor before, there are adults walking around today that survived an abortion, like Melissa Oden and other folks that I know personally. So this is not something that just never occurs. So it doesn't limit abortion. It doesn't restrict doctors. It actually does happen, contrary to what some of my colleagues have said, that this never happens. It actually does happen on this. I've had colleagues that have said infanticide is already illegal. This is unnecessary. That's been another part of it. So let's move on. This is unnecessary, except we've also established the issue that, yes, taking the life of that child on the table. Literally, once that child is on the table crying, they can't reach in and take the life of that child. That's Kermit Gosnell, horrific stuff. But just allowing them to slowly die, that is still protected. So that's not there. One of my colleagues came to this floor and made this statement: at the center of this debate is whether we believe in the premise from the Declaration of Independence that all are created equal, that freedom belongs to everyone, and that women deserve to be treated as equal citizens. I actually couldn't agree more with my colleague, because that same Declaration of Independence, right next to that statement about everyone being created equal, also includes a simple little comment that says, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And our question on this particular bill is, when that child is born and she's crying on the table, does she have the opportunity for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, or not? That's all this bill does. This bill should be a simple process to say, this is not who we are as Americans. As Americans, we respect the opportunity for life for that child. That's fully delivered. And then we determine what we're going to do. Just because a baby can't defend herself doesn't mean she's disposable. It means she's vulnerable. And that means we as a nation should determine what we're going to do with the life of the most vulnerable. Mr. President, I encourage a yes vote on this. This should be a bipartisan conversation where we speak from this body for those who cannot speak for themselves. I yield the floor.
Invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the standing rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 4S6, a bill to amend Title 18 United States Code to prohibit a health care practitioner from failing to exercise the proper degree of care in the case of a child who survives an abortion or attempted abortion.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to Senate 6 bill to amend the Title 18 United States Code to prohibit a health care practitioner from failing to exercise the proper degree of care in the case of a child who survives an abortion or attempted abortion shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Yes. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell. Thanks. Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Fisher, Grassley, Hoven, Husted, Justice, Langford, Moody, Moreno, Murkowski, Paul, Sullivan, and Tillis. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Duckworth, Kim, Murray, Peters, Rosen, and Smith. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Lamas, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Ms. Hassan? No. Mr. Wyden? No. Mr. Schiff? No. Mr. Blumenthal? No. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mrs. Shaheen? No. Ms. Warren? No. Mr. Reed? No. Mr. Van Hollen? No. Ms. Cantwell? No. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. King? No. Mr. McCormick, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Coons? No. Mrs. Blackburn? Aye. Mr. Kennedy? Aye. Mr. Daines? Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto? No. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Kane? No. Mr. Sanders? No. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Bo- Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Bennett? No. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Merkley? No. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. Booker? No. Mr. Ossoff? No. Mr. Warner? No. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Lee, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 52 and the nays are 47. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen are sworn, and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, let me begin by asking unanimous consent that Jermaine Jackson, Julia Brunel, Stephen Ramdalal, and Tracy Fasolino, who are fellows in my office, be granted floor privileges for the duration of their assignments to my office.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise as a member of the Armed Services Committee to discuss the nomination of Pete Hegseth to be our nation's Secretary of Defense. Let me make two preliminary comments. First, my philosophy about voting on nominees is to give deference to the President who has been elected, who has a mandate that carries with it a mandate to assemble a leadership team in executive positions. And so I always begin with any president, Democrat or Republican, with a beginning standpoint. They should be able to assemble a team unless there are significant challenges with a nominee. Second, I do want to say that as part of the work that I've done in examining this nominee, I did review his military record, and I express my respect for the military record. Pete Hegseth's service in the military, my review of those Pentagon records suggested that he served in a very honorable way, and I want to acknowledge that. And yet I rise to oppose the nomination and urge my colleagues to oppose it, or at least take the time to really understand the gravity of behavioral challenges that have been demonstrated by Mr. Hegseth during his career. I have multiple problems with this nominee for this position, and this position, Secretary of Defense, is the position that I view and many Virginians view as the most important cabinet post. Let me review the reasons for my opposition. First, Mr. Hegseth's record of erratic, unprofessional, and troubling behavior. Mr. Hegseth was married twice before he is married to his current wife, his third wife. And in the first two marriages, there were allegations in both of serious and multiple infidelities. I asked him at the hearing when he appeared before us whether he took an oath of fidelity to his spouses, and of course he did. In the same way that a Secretary of Defense will take an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States. But the evidence that was before us, the public record that was before us, is very, very troubling. In Mr. Hegseth's first marriage, there were public reports that he was unfaithful to his wife at least 5 different times with multiple other people. He never rebutted that, and because he wouldn't meet with members of the committee on the Democratic side, we didn't get a chance to talk about that in a closed setting, which would have been most important. In his second marriage, he was married, and while married, fathered a child by a woman who would become his third wife in August of 2017. So he was still married to wife number 2 and cheated on her with the woman who would bear his child and become wife number 3. But in a very shocking way to me, within 2 months after the birth of this child, he was at a Republican political event at a hotel in Monterey, California, and cheated on both his second wife and the mother of this newborn in an incident that led to a sexual assault criminal investigation. This behavior, look, people are people. People make mistakes. But a first marriage breaking up over serial infidelity and then a second marriage also bedeviled by serial infidelity is something that has to call up questions about an individual's judgment. Mr. Hegseth has been the leader of 2 nonprofit organizations that are veteran service organizations. In one of the organizations, Concerned Veterans for America, during the time he was the CEO, an employee of the organization wrote a scathing report about Mr. Hegseth creating a toxic work culture in this environment where impairment by alcohol was not only exhibited by him but tolerated in others, and where there was a significant creation of a toxic work environment for women employees. The committee members have had access to a report that was not done because he was nominated for Secretary of Defense. This was a report that was done by employees and given to the leaders of this organization at the time, now nearly 10 years ago, with about 35 names of employees and individuals in the organization with knowledge of the facts and recitation of event after event after event where people were treated unfairly, women were made to feel that they were second class in the organization, and alcohol abuse was common in workplace events. I referenced a sexual assault claim in Monterey, and I will call it an undisclosed sexual assault claim because Mr. Hegseth never told the Trump transition team about this event when he was being considered and vetted to be Secretary of Defense. Again, he's married to wife 2. He's now fathered a child by a woman being unfaithful in that wedding, and within 2 months after fathering the child, he goes to an event in Monterey, California, gets a woman at the event into his hotel room, has sex with her. She claims she was drugged and raped and filed a criminal complaint about it with local law enforcement within days after the event. He admits the event. He says it was consensual, not a sexual assault or rape, consensual, but he acknowledges that it occurred. What then happened? The survivor went to local law enforcement, filed a sexual assault claim. The claim was investigated over a period of time. The prosecutor ultimately decided not to pursue criminal charges against Mr. Hegseth. But there was a civil claim as well that later led to a settlement with the victim, payment of cash to the victim, and the entrance into a non-disclosure agreement with the victim. None of this was disclosed to the Trump team as they were examining Mr. Hegseth to be Secretary of Defense. He didn't disclose the event. He didn't disclose the criminal sexual assault claim. He didn't disclose the fact of an investigation. He didn't disclose the civil claim. He didn't disclose the settlement. He didn't disclose the cash payment. He didn't disclose the non-disclosure agreement. He hid all of it from the Trump transition team. And when I asked him why, he didn't really have an answer, and I told him, I know the reason why. You were worried that if you told them about this, they would not nominate you to be Secretary of Defense. The relationship between a Secretary of Defense and a president is a very important relationship that demands complete candor. There's always some challenge. There's always something at the Pentagon that might be going wrong. Mr. Hegseth demonstrated at a very critical moment that he would not let the president-elect know about this fact because he wanted to advance himself, and he worried that if he was candid, it would cause problems for him. I don't want a Secretary of Defense who is unwilling to be candid with the Commander-in-Chief. And he's already demonstrated grave reason to doubt whether he will be candid by refusing to disclose the reality of this sexual assault allegation in Monterey. An affidavit was filed yesterday by one Danielle Hegseth, the former sister-in-law of the nominee, revealing publicly facts suggesting spousal abuse in Mr. Hegseth's second marriage. I don't know Danielle Hegseth. I haven't talked to her. I was not aware of that allegation, but it didn't surprise anyone on the committee who had reviewed the record. Why not? Because there are already facts in the record raising this very question. In fact, I asked Mr. Hegseth about it at the Armed Services Committee. During his second divorce, his own mother wrote him a letter saying, essentially, you are a serial abuser of women, including your own 2 wives, and you need to look in the mirror, get some help, and figure this out. His mother even used the phrase, neither X nor Y, the names of the first 2 wives, deserved the treatment they have received at your hand. All the committee members had access to that before the hearing. All of them. What an extraordinary letter. Your mother writing you a letter saying you're a serial abuser of women that needs to look in the mirror and get help, and saying that the 2 wives that you have abused do not deserve the treatment they have received at your hand. And so the allegation from Danielle Hegseth yesterday, reporting her observations of Mr. Hegseth's behavior, and in particular abuse of her sister-in-law, have to be given some credence by this committee. And we have to avoid a rush that we may regret. I found it very unusual that when I asked Mr. Hegseth at the hearing, a sexual assault would be disqualifying to be Secretary of Defense, he would not agree with me. Spousal abuse would be disqualifying to be a Secretary of Defense, he would not agree with me. Being impaired by alcohol while on the job would be disqualifying to be Secretary of Defense, he would not agree with me. These are not hard questions. They are clearly disqualifying behaviors, and the fact that he would not agree that they were disqualifying behaviors suggested to me, as I was watching that testimony, that they evinced a little bit of a guilty conscience. Why would I want to agree if I have concerns about my own behavior? What has been Mr. Hegseth's response to allegations of infidelity demonstrating poor judgment, creation of a toxic work culture, alcohol impairment while at work, this undisclosed sexual assault claim, the allegations of spousal abuse? What has his response been? His response has been twofold. Complete denial. Complete denial, with the exception of acknowledging that, yes, he did cheat on his wife and the mother of a newborn child in Monterey, California in September 2017. He has denied everything else, even though the record is replete with specific instances at specific times with specific individuals attesting to these behaviors. His other defense is to claim that all of this, all of it, is an anonymous smear. An anonymous smear. Let me tell my colleagues, this is anything but anonymous. When your own mother writes you a letter saying you are a serial abuser of women, including your 2 wives, and they don't deserve the treatment they have received at your hand, that is not anonymous. The report of the whistleblower at the Concerned Veterans of America organization a decade ago, anything but anonymous. The report listed, I counted them, incidents involving 36 named individuals who had been either participating in, victimized by, witnessing, or aware of the incidents described in the document. This is not anonymous. Danielle Hegseth's public affidavit is not anonymous. The one thing that I will acknowledge that's in the anonymous space is this: the number of individuals who have come forward and shared with me and other members of the committee their own firsthand knowledge of similar events, but said, you can't use my name because I'm so afraid. I'm afraid of what Mr. Hegseth would do. I'm afraid of what the president might do. I had someone say to me when I said, you needn't be afraid, that's easy for you to say. That's easy for you to say. If the building, the U.S. Capitol where you work, could be attacked by people when it was well fortified and secured, what chance would I have if someone didn't like the fact that I publicly criticized this nominee? So yes, there are some who are speaking to us who are asking for anonymity, and that, if they've asked for it, they should be provided it. But there are many who have spoken either directly via affidavit or in records that are available to all committee members and all senators who are anything but anonymous. And I would urge my colleagues, and not just the Armed Services Committee members, to go and read the documents that are available to you before you cast your vote, set your feet in stone about a nominee. You should see these documents. I want to go back to one point that I made that I think is telling, and that is Mr. Hegseth's refusal to disclose these facts to the Trump transition team. I mean, it's one thing to not disclose them to the committee. It's one thing to refuse to meet with members of the committee. I'll get to that in a second. But when the president-elect, who's going to be the commander-in-chief, is vetting you for the most important cabinet position in the United States, and you know you have been charged with a sexual assault that led to a criminal investigation, a civil settlement, a cash payment, a non-disclosure agreement, and you choose not to reveal it to the president, in my view, that in and of itself should be disqualifying. The level of disrespect that that shows for the president-elect, in my view, should be disqualifying. Let me conclude with a couple of other points. The main point is the pattern of behavior, which should make anyone wary to vote for Mr. Hegseth for Secretary of Defense. But a couple of other points I want to mention. Mr. Hegseth, I think, sort of set a very unfortunate precedent. I have been on the Armed Services Committee. I sit side by side with my colleague, Senator King, on that committee since we came to the Senate in January of 2013. I have now participated in confirmation hearings for about 5 Secretaries of Defense, both Democratic and Republican nominees. Mr. Hegseth is the only one that refused to meet with Democratic members of the committee, save for the chairman, Jack Reed. He met with the Republican committee members, but all of us were trying to set meetings with him, as has been our norm, so that we could talk to him about these issues and ask him questions privately in our office. Some of these matters are, frankly, probably better for private discussion than public discussion, but he stiff-armed every one of us except Jack Reed. Now, in some ways, maybe it's not a surprise. This is an individual who's written books and articles where he said Democrats are evil, Democrats are the adversary. But if you're nominated to be Secretary of Defense of the Pentagon, it's a non-political military. It's a civilian military that should not be politicized. And if you begin the job saying, I needn't even sit down and pay the respect of meeting with Democratic senators, what about Democrats that serve in the military? Or independents, or libertarians, or people who don't share Mr. Hegseth's party affiliation? What does it say to the men and women who work for our military when he wouldn't even pay the respect paid by every predecessor that they would meet with senators of both parties before the hearing? I was very disturbed the other day when we had a committee hearing to forward Mr. Hegseth's nomination, and the Republican majority asked for a waiver to forward it faster than rules allow, and that waiver can be granted if the committee votes to do so. And one of my colleagues, Senator Warren, said to the Republicans, wait, you're asking us to waive normal rules? We don't want to waive normal rules to speed this along. He wouldn't even meet with us. I thought that was a pretty compelling argument. I understand if Mr. Hegseth has no respect for the senators in this body who are Democrats, that's one thing. But I would expect my Senate colleagues to have some respect for us. I've served with members of this committee on the Republican side. Some have been there the entire 12 years I've been there. I didn't think they would tolerate a nominee stiff-arming me. If there was a Democratic nominee for Secretary of Defense who refused to meet with Republican members of the committee, I would raise heck about that publicly in the committee and threaten to block the nominee until he met with the Republican members of the committee. I know Senator King would do the same thing. Democrats would do the same thing. We would not tolerate a nominee stiff-arming one side of the dais and refusing to meet with us. We wouldn't tolerate it. I was shocked that my Republican colleagues in a closed meeting 2 days ago demonstrated that they're just fine with that. This is my favorite committee in the Senate. We work very cooperatively in a bipartisan way, and that my Republican colleagues are perfectly fine with us being disrespected because we happen to be Democrats who our citizens elected us to serve in the United States Senate is very, very shocking to me. One other point that I want to bring up. I've revealed much material that is in the record and that other senators can view for themselves. But I have to say, in looking at the investigation record, which was compiled largely by the FBI, it was very, very weak. The FBI went out to do an investigation of Mr. Hegseth. The report was made available to the chair and the ranking member, not to the members of the committee. We haven't seen the report, but we have been able to ask questions of the chair and ranking about it. The allegations that I've walked through, which are largely public record, the FBI didn't even interview the wives. Even after a mother's letter had said that you were a serial abuser of women, including your 2 wives, the FBI did not even go out and interview the wives. Why not? I mean, was it an investigation or just like a box-checking exercise? A number of us, when we heard that, we sort of raised hell about it. Like, if you're going to do an investigation, talk to the people who know the nominee the best, and the 2 wives are people you ought to talk to. We embarrassed the FBI. And so after the fact, they went out and did a very cursory discussion with one of the wives. And again, I have not seen that material. I've not been allowed to see it. That should itself shock my colleagues and the public. But I have confirmed in speaking about it with the ranking and chair that the interview with the wife was very cursory, covered one set of topics, but left many of the questions that I've raised here completely unanswered and unaddressed. A nominee to be Secretary of the Defense is going to have enormous power over the physical safety of Americans and over peace, war, and diplomacy in the world. Aren't we as senators exercising our advise and consent role entitled to a background investigation that is meaningful, that is searching, that is comprehensive? Are we supposed to just be given some half-work product and say, okay, that's great, let's just rush to confirm somebody? We shouldn't be confirming a person on an insufficient background check if they didn't have all of these acknowledged problems that are part of the public record. But when they are part of the public record, when the FBI finds out that, wow, you didn't tell the transition team about the sexual assault claim, the investigation should be thorough, not mediocre and cursory. And so, Mr. President, I'm going to conclude and just say this may not be the last time I appear on the floor to speak on this nomination. But for now, my request of my colleagues is a simple one. Why rush? Why rush? Why would we rush to put through a nomination for a position of this importance that is freighted with so much baggage and so much evidence of glaring character and judgment errors? Do we want to have egg on our face? Do we want to rush and have this blow up later? Do we want to rush and then have other witnesses come out as Danielle Hegseth did yesterday? Is that what the Senate's advise and consent process, mandated by the Constitution for a very important reason, has come to? Cursory investigation that doesn't get to the underlying facts, even when they're sitting right out there before us, and we're going to rush to confirm someone? For what reason? And so, Mr. President, as I sit down, I'll just conclude with that question. Why rush this? Let's take the time, and when we cast a vote on confirmation, cast it with the confidence that we have complete information about the man who's been nominated to be our Secretary of Defense. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
President,
The senator from
are we
Washington.
in a quorum call?
We are.
I ask a quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to speak about TikTok, which, well, I think people all here know that we've been having a lot of attention about TikTok, a lot of debate, a lot of discussion, a lot of action by the Supreme Court. But now I think people are getting a little clouded on the path forward. I want to be clear that last year, the U.S. Congress passed a law requiring ByteDance to sell TikTok. The law requires that sale to shut down all government backdoors by the Chinese or attempts by them to influence the algorithms that could affect U.S. citizens or U.S. military. It requires that the sale to end the Chinese government influence over TikTok's content recommendation algorithm. This law also requires the data sharing with the Chinese government must end. I was glad to see that the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia and the U.S. Supreme Court unanimously upheld that law. Why? Because we asked them whether Congress had the ability to act in this national interest and to pass this law, and they upheld it. Congress and the courts acted for a reason: to address real national security threats to our country and to the American people. When President Trump issued his 2020 executive order, he recognized that TikTok collected vast amounts of data on U.S. citizens. A House resolution, Resolution 1051, introduced by the leadership of the House Select Committee on China and Congressman Gallagher and Congressman Krishnamurthy, sets out the threat and citing from the U.S. government and from U.S. government officials. It points out that in 2020, the Department of Commerce found that China is building a massive database of American personal information to understand who to target for espionage, and that's particularly of concern for us when it is about U.S. military personnel, where they might be, what they might be doing. It also found that ByteDance had very close ties to the Chinese government, and in December of 2022, the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Chris Wray, stated that TikTok's data repository on Americans were in the hands of the Chinese government. So Director Wray testified that China could use TikTok for the influence and operations to control software that could compromise Americans' personal devices. Commander of U.S. Cybersecurity Command and the Director of National Security Agency testified that 1/3 of adult population receives their news from TikTok and 1/6 of American children use it every day. And he added that TikTok, quote, provides a national platform for information operations and for surveillance, end quote. Further information, the director of the CIA, William Burns, indicated that ByteDance can use the private data of American TikTok users to shape TikTok content to suit the interests of the Chinese government. Now, this was most important as it related to a 2023 Rutgers University report found that TikTok amplifies and demotes content based on the interests of the Chinese government. No surprise, if you could have an influence, you demote or promote whatever you want to promote. The Rutgers report found, surprisingly, the issues of Hong Kong and Tiananmen Square didn't quite have the same level of oomph on TikTok as it did on Instagram, meaning that somehow those posts about those subjects were somehow not as voluminous. It found foreign policy issues disfavored by China and Russia also had fewer hashtags on TikToks. Issues such as a pro-Ukraine stance or a pro-Israel stance. In fact, in one instance, there were 8,000 times more Tiananmen Square hashtags on Instagram than on TikTok. So if this was all supposed to be about just generous posting by individuals and posting content, why would one platform have, even with the volume of different platforms, have 8,000 times more hashtags? Well, I'm sure the Chinese government doesn't like to talk about Tiananmen Square. I'm pretty sure they don't like to talk about the Uyghurs, genocide, or other issues. There were 750 times more pro-Ukraine hashtags on Instagram than on TikTok. So Deputy National Security Advisor also pointed out that ByteDance has used TikTok to surveil U.S. journalists to identify and retaliate against potential sources. Now, this is a concern to us in the United States. We wouldn't let the Chinese government own ABC or NBC. Why are we allowing them to influence a source of information about news, particularly when they are retaliating against journalists? Studies from Cornell University and the University of Vermont found that TikTok promotes a toxic diet culture among teens and young adults, including pro-anorexia content. I can't think of anything more disgusting. Identifying teens, which you can see in the Rutgers report, that if the teen is identified with at all concerned about these issues, the next thing they do is get a massive amount of data thrown onto them about anorexia, which again is just promoting younger people's less faith in themselves and their body image. Both the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate received classified briefings on this national security threat and what we should do moving forward. As prominent leaders on both sides of the aisle have called out this threat, quote, we need to do something to move forward. One colleague, Senator Cotton, has been quite clear. The Senate Intelligence Committee said on the floor last week, quote, TikTok harvests a vast trove of user data, including name, email, addresses, phone numbers, credit card, facial features, voice prints, keystrokes, photos, videos, and viewing habits. And this data can make users susceptible to manipulation, even blackmail, but also years from now, when users have become influential persons in the military, the intelligence community, business or media, and other walks of life, end quote. So I agree with Senator Cotton. This is an issue where this kind of collection of information on U.S. citizens drives opportunities for people to manipulate, particularly in the area of the military. So senators and members of Congress want to work with President Trump as he tries to end what is a Chinese over-influence on such an important national security threat. The good news is that technology is advancing, and particularly advancing very rapidly right now. We're starting to see technology that is finally giving us the ability to take some of this control back with algorithms ourselves, as individuals, as U.S. citizens. Maybe you've heard the buzz around agentic AI. Here's what it means in plain language. We now can control the algorithms that billionaires or foreign governments have been using to control us. Agentic AI lets us turn the tables on them. We can now use AI to take in massive amounts of information from the internet from all sources, and then apply filters that we want to see, that we choose for ourselves, so that we only get the information we want to see and not what somebody else wants to do with our information. So I hope the President, as he's considering these issues, will look at this software solution. I don't know that a joint venture with the Chinese is going to rectify this issue about the algorithms. They can't continue to own and influence this process. But U.S. innovation and U.S. ownership can drive us forward, can drive a better experience for our young people. Believe me, this is an issue about young people. Our youngest citizens of America shouldn't be the source of information targeted at them to undermine them, to basically create insecurities in them, and to promote ideas that we do not believe in the United States. So I hope that the President and I hope our colleagues here will encourage us to resolve this issue. We've given every tool possible now. It's time to get this into the hands of U.S. innovators and move forward. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
No objection.
Mr. President, it didn't take long. Democrats have already begun stalling President Trump's nominees, and it doesn't seem to matter who it is. Right now, the senator from Connecticut is holding up a vote on John Ratcliffe, who was nominated for director of the Central Intelligence Agency. The Intelligence Committee favorably reported Mr. Ratcliffe's nomination on a bipartisan vote, 14-3. In a joint statement with Chairman Cotton, the Democrat vice chair of the Intelligence Committee said this, and I quote, "Our world is far too dangerous for any delay in having a Senate-confirmed leader in charge of the CIA. We urge expeditious consideration of this important nomination," end quote. Now, Mr. President, that again is from the Democrat vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee urging, and I quote again, expeditious consideration of this important nomination, end quote. Now, Mr. President, this is the director of the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, a key national security position. Mr. Ratcliffe is a qualified nominee. He was Director of National Intelligence in the first Trump administration, the quarterback for all 18 elements of the intelligence community. In the House of Representatives, he served on the Intelligence Committee, and he was chairman of the Cybersecurity Subcommittee on the Homeland Security Committee. He's been vetted by the Intelligence Committee, and he'll likely receive bipartisan support on the floor, as he did in the committee. Mr. President, the senator from Connecticut wants to unnecessarily delay this vote. He says senators need time for a full, real debate. Well, where are they? Why are we not debating? Nothing's been stopping any of our Democrat colleagues from coming down to the floor to debate and make any concerns that they have known to the Senate and to the American people. At least one senator has already taken advantage of that opportunity. The senator from Connecticut also says that senators need more time to review the nominee's record. Well, Mr. President, Mr. Ratcliffe's nomination was announced 2 months ago. Is that long enough? His hearing was a week ago. There's been plenty of time to review his record. It's time to vote. This is just an unnecessary delay that makes this country less safe. Mr. President, Democrats and Republicans agree that this is an important job. We agree that Mr. Ratcliffe is qualified. But a handful of Democrats want to play politics with this nominee. And I have to say, I honestly don't know what that accomplishes for them. But I do know this. It makes this country less safe. Mr. President, it's time to vote. Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 5.
The question is on the motion to proceed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it.
Mr. President,
the motion is granted.
I send a cloture motion to the
clerk
desk.
will report the nomination.
Sorry.
Nomination, Department of the Treasury, Scott Bessent of South Carolina to be Secretary.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Scott Bessent of South Carolina to be Secretary of the Treasury, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask
Your Leader.
consent that the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to resume legislative session.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, January 23rd, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, if there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.